Hello. It's been a little while, but let's see here. Hello. How are you doing? Alright, so obviously I'm playing on the DS collection, but I'm not going to play the easy scenario. What I did is I kind of compromised between how easy the easy scenario is and how hard a raw file is. What I did instead was I played through all of the games over the last couple weeks, and I have a New Game Plus file that has everything unlocked, but none of the cyber elves are used. So that means I can use whichever ones I want for convenience without having to do all the grinding to actually get them ready to use. So yeah, with all the grinding you have to do, the first game took me 7 hours. Tonight is not going to take 7 hours. I would say at least 4 of that was just spent running back and forth, killing the same enemies over and over. Just to farm energy crystals to evolve elves. It was, it is probably the roughest point of this game, and I'm just glossing over all of that. Anyway, let's get started. So we get a pretty harsh opener where we're put in the perspective of these resistance members who are being hunted down and killed, and they're looking for something. It's okay. We're in the intro of a Mega Man game and we have a green person to protect us. No, never mind. Sorry, Milan. DS one. It might have been ZX, the one where you use a bunch of they're called biometals to take on the appearance of different, the appearance and abilities of different characters from, mostly from these games, actually. So we are their last hope here. Oh, hello. Thank you for the resub. And here we go. So at the start, we only have our gun, which hopefully we'll fix sometime soon, but it's good enough for these enemies. And now we have to deal with one of these things. We already have a little bit of an idea of what they can do, which is laser sweeps. So nothing works other than hitting them in the head. It only does one measly little damage. But fortunately, not too tough of a cycle to deal with. But it's just not working well. Hello. Thank you, random TV screen. Now I have sword. So you can just jump and hit it, but you run a high risk of attacking Seal in the process, and that's not what we want to do. In order to do it without hurting her, we have to do something else, but it's going to waste a bit of time waiting for the boss to do what we want. Stop it. Shoot high. You're ruining my score here. I will just shoot you down if you're not going to let me attack your head. There we go. There we go. Was that so hard? You could have done that like a minute ago. Yeah, at the very start of the game, you always have F until you get your first evaluation. Then it's just because you don't have anything to average your scores with. But when you're on the easy scenario, you're constantly A no matter what. and I'm gonna have the code collector the whole time because I have so many elves collected. Still did pretty well. Wasted a bit of time and could have killed a couple more enemies to get another point in there, but yes. There are a lot of points where they use trans as an adjective for use a trans server to teleport me, but it's better to just misinterpret what they mean. Okay, like I'm gonna say no. Yeah, speaking of the weapon levels, I have a couple things I want to do. First, there are a couple elves I definitely wanted to use just for making it less difficult overall. Might take a sub-tank. Nah, I want to take Jackson just because Jackson... I can't use him yet. I have to level him up, but... Jackson is what you get for collecting all the elves and then completing the game. He's your New Game Plus power. Basically, with that, as long as you like sit still and hold the jump button, you're invincible. It's kind of powerful, but... See, do I have any crystals to feed you with yet? Not much, but... Right. The other thing I want to do is head back to the starting area. Because my weapon is a little less than useful at the moment. All I can do is a simple single swing. There is a much better place to grind coming up very soon, but I want to do just a little bit before I get to that point. There we are. Now we can do a double attack. So if you were collecting cyber elves, which I've already done, there would be one over here in this rubble. You can get it in the intro, but if you've already done the intro, you can still come back at this point and get it, if you learn that it's there. But there's only a short period around the start of the game where that one's possible to get. as well as one other one I might as well show on the way back out. So it's a bit of a tricky jump, but you can get up here. There. Some crystals together. And over here would be another permanent upgrade, Cybero. Hello. I'm doing alright. I'm just getting started here. I cleared the intro mission and now I'm just poking around a little bit to get my my weapon powered up a little. I'm not going to waste too much time here, because basically I just want to get to a certain level before I go into the next mission. Actually, probably fine to just go, but it's a comfort zone thing. There we go. Now I can do the full, proper attack combo. Yeah, they're definitely really hard games. That's the reason why playing it right now, I'm doing New Game Plus, where I already have all of the Cyber Elves collected. I just hadn't actually used any. So that means I can use whichever ones I want for convenience sake without having to... If I had like a full New Game Plus, like 100% file with everything used, then I would just be way too powerful and I would just stumble over everything, no problems. But I'm just using a couple, namely for doubling my max health and for increasing my defense. Which basically increases your effective health from the starting amount by 4 times. So I don't want to save over that same file just yet, but I'll use the second slot for this. So these enemies, they kind of pop in so fast it's hard to react to them before they hit you, but since I know they're there, I'm just gonna not rush and wait till I see them. Yeah, any elf that you use is gone forever. And you also... Any that you use during a mission permanently decreases your grade. So you lose evaluation points at the end of the mission. Jerk. So these things... We're going to be here for a minute or two, but not on this one. There's actually a spot a little further in the level that's better for it, where there's two right next to each other, but this is how we're going to get up one more saber level, which is going to be a huge benefit for the boss of this. So the leveling up your weapons thing is kind of one of the two most unfortunate things about the first two games in this series. The second being the fact that you need to grind up a whole lot of energy crystals to evolve your cyber elves, but that's actually something that's present for the whole series, the needing energy crystals, with the difference being that later games have much better means of getting them, and much fewer required. Yeah, as the series went on, you can tell that they kind of realized that this was not a fun or streamlined part of the process of the games they wanted to make. So this is not going to stay in the rest of the series. At least it'll have a lessening role as we go along. I might just go with the level 4 that I have, because that's what I wanted. Yeah, I don't know why you would want stuck without basic combo or charge attacks mode. I think I'm probably going to move on and say that I have plenty. I would like one more level, because that's when you get fast charge, but this is fine. Yeah, the first game, like, neither option is really particularly good, because normal is too much nonsense, and easy is kind of way too trivial. Piece of cake. So, This is the place where they send Reploids off to be destroyed uh, whenever they catch. Basically, what's going on is the bad guys are kind of the last vestige of civilization, and they've kind of fallen into a dictatorship. And we are the people that they're going to kill if they get caught. So. Alright, so now I have a lightning element. Yeah, effectively. Well, literally, actually. So yeah, I've dropped from an A straight to a C, mostly because I spent so much time running around, and also losing points for having used elves. For shame. So one other thing that was only a factor in the first game is if you fail out of a mission, it's just considered a failure, and the game goes on as if, like, with your failure registered as part of the game state. Which is not great. In the future, they kind of go back to a much more normal setup. Well, after the events of this game, there's about a year that passes between before the second game starts. So the war and things going on don't stop because you beat the first game, but you definitely put the enemy in enough of a lock that you're not under immediate danger to quite so much an extent anymore, but there's still war going on and still problems. So for this next mission, we're going to be going back to the starting area, because there's, as she is explaining, there's some remaining data that we can use there that we couldn't gather because we had to escape under such immediately dangerous circumstances. The main difference with the Zero series is it's all designed, I believe it's all designed from the start with a singular story continuity in mind. Like, each game is basically another act of the same story, rather than... They still feel like their own cohesive units because they all have a final boss and a major resolution, but it definitely feels like from the start it was designed with a single continuity. So it kind of feels more like 4 acts to a single play rather than 4 stories in the same universe or something, if that makes any sense. Generally speaking, most of the first game is just setting the stage for what happens in the rest of the series. It is almost all just teaching you about the state of the world, how it works, and what's going to happen moving forward. So Elephant Boy here has the data that we came to gather. Oh right, I could have done this a lot faster if I had actually equipped the his weakness. Alright, well that's the boss down, so this mission's over. Uh-oh. So that's honestly not very dangerous once you know what's happening, but the first time you might get caught not realizing you have to destroy the walls there. Honestly, I would say most people. Yeah, I did almost perfect in all aspects, which means I got a C. Because that minus 15 from elf usage isn't like 15 less than max. It's if you've used 0, then you have a 20 points there. Or 15 maybe. And then each permanent upgrade you've used, it decreases it down to 0 and then down into the negatives. So it's more loss than it looks like. As it is, the most I can get at this point is 70, which locks me to a C grade. So most of the data we collected was corrupt in some manner, but it's okay because we still got enough for Servo to be able to help us get a new weapon. I'm not actually going to use the triple rod. It's a decent weapon if you level it up, but I just don't really use it. The saber and buster are basically all I ever really need, and the buster only technically. Alright, so now we're going to track down a train. We have to get to it before it takes off. This is one of my favorite songs in the game. So the problem with those dangling electric wires isn't just that it hurts to hit them, but they're basically lined up to perfectly stop you from making it over the pit if you happen to get hit. You'll just die if you get hit by it. I'll put it simply. Whoop. We're just in time. The train's taken off. So one of the main problems with collecting cyber elves in this game is a lot of them are rewards for killing a certain amount of enemies in missions. With the problem being you can't go back and do it after the mission is over. So, if you want to get all of the cyber elves in one run, you have to do a lot of stuff in the missions while also still getting a good enough score, because you have to keep, I think, well no, you don't have to keep a score in 0-1, but when I did this, I decided to make sure I also kept an A rank, which was kind of silly of me, but... And given that the most I can get is a 70, that was pretty good. Hey, I got a special Cyber Elf, except it's one I already have because New Game Plus. That's fine though. So after we clear another mission, we can come back and get another new weapon. It's the shield boomerang. I like it a whole lot. It's not fantastic, actually, but I like it. Yeah, most of the reason I'm not holding attack and R to charge both is I don't really need to. And besides that, I can't fully charge my Buster anyway. So I'd have literally no reason to. I do with the shield boomerang, because it can do this. And that is a really strong attack. Now, let's see. Yeah, let's see if I have enough to feed the friend a bit more. Jackson is an important friend, and I will definitely not sacrifice him for power. I actually might not get the opportunity, because even just naturally playing through the game once, it's entirely likely I won't get enough crystals to fully evolve him. Okay, now it's time for everybody's favorite mission. Finding the shuttle out in the desert. I think what this mission needs is not have the Chungus. But that's just me. Oh, actually I will use the triple rod here, for one specific reason. Pogo. I almost felt like I did something neat on purpose there. But no, they just happened to both run into my sword. Heck. Yeah, I will agree with that one, because the times when the recoil rod actually works the way they intend it to work, it's kind of fun. But there are also some problems with it actually functioning as intended. You are immune to thunder. This boss is extremely easy if you're properly aggressive, because you just get them in this same loop. I would love to have just left, but we have to escort. So we can't go too far ahead where he just stops. We also have to make sure every single threat is eliminated before he walks on it. Yeah, maybe don't stand under the vulture. We might not be having this problem. So the other problem is the snakes come up at just the wrong time for him to always get hit by the projectiles. So we actually have to hit them out of the air, which I'm doing a fantastic job at. And because you have to go slow, you can't reach them at the pace you normally would, where they are. Sorry, my brain left. Like, when you're just walking at them at normal pace, you're right there under the trajectory of their first shot. Right before they make it, so it's not a big deal. But when you have to lead this guy around, you can't afford that same luxury. So yeah, the main thing with the triple rod is you can attack once it's leveled up to 3 times, and it extends out greater distance. It's actually really good if you invest in it, but I don't want to spend more time investing in weapons than I have to. The coolest thing about the triple rod is its charge attack. If you hit an enemy at just the right spot with it, with their weakness, you do so much damage. The problem is it leaves you more vulnerable than just doing a sword charge. So it's kind of not efficient, but it's effective if you get the right opening for it. course, by now I've degraded down to a rank D. So to be totally honest, I actually really like 1 and 4 the most, with 2 being the hardest one for me, and 3 being not as harsh as 2, but still, at least in the past, it's been a little hard to enjoy. But I think I'm past the hump of when it's too hard to deal with. So it'll actually be fine for me now, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I'll occupy factory. So part of the desperation of our situation is we're running out of energy stores. And, there happens to be a factory that's still operational enough, but it is kind of occupied by the enemy, which is what we're here for. So one of the chief principles of design in this game is there are basically 3 states: standing, jumping, and dashing. And a lot of attacks are specifically designed to be avoided by being in one of those 3 states, or not in one of those 3 states. You'll see this more in the later games, but there are definitely a lot of points in this where the way to avoid something is to dash, because it's hitting right at your head level. And when you dash, you're a head shorter, because you're more of a forward position. Alright, so we don't want to trip those cameras, so instead of going in and trying to sneak past them, we're just going to go another way. Right. Buster me, please. So we go up to the roof, and we can go in through the ventilation. And suddenly we're past the cameras. Alright, so welcome to the worst room in the game. This was an exercise in the worst room in the game. If I retry, where does it put me? Okay. So if you retry, you go all the way back to the start anyway. So, trick with this game, there is never a reason to actually use lives as long as you're saving between every mission. Actually, let's just escape. And then we'll reload. So let's pretend that didn't happen. Hello. And we're back in the vents. And welcome back to the worst room in the game. This time, hopefully not with death. Oh, I almost looked fancy there. Until I got hit right at the last one. Alright. This boss is a pretty big pain, but... we should be okay. Mostly because I have the extra health and defense. That alone makes most fights mostly free. Get it out. You can destroy the heads, but it's not actually very beneficial to do so because it just means there's more downtime because it'll go through this process of recovering lost heads. And now we get the flame chip. Yeah, whenever somebody says retirement... Oh, hold on. We have danger. So if you're going for Cyber Elf Collection, this is probably the hardest mission in the game. Because there is a lot that you have to do to get all of these Cyber Elves related to this mission. First, you have to kill a certain amount of the bats it deploys, which is random. I got a lot of them very early, which was very lucky, but you are not guaranteed any. Secondly, as you can see, it's kind of destroying the area. And what we need is for it to destroy a specific amount of the area. Not to not destroy the area, but to destroy up to a specific point. Heck. That point is around here, actually. I would have wanted it to go a few more tiles to open up a path that would go down through the bottom of that building. It's a little difficult to hit the top part of that thing, but the two, main methods of doing so are you can pogo on top of it, which is actually really dangerous because if you touch anywhere around its back half, you just instantly die. The other way is carefully aimed shield boomerang and buster hits, which is a pain because anywhere below the vulnerable point will just eat the shot. So you have to have really good aim or very specific parts of the level to shoot from for it to actually work. Or you can do what I do and jump into it and then do a saber charge. Because iframes are just as well. Anyway, what was I saying before? So whenever they say retired, that's their code for we're going to take you out and crush you and destroy you, because they're getting rid of reploids that they are deeming mavericks, which maverick is a term from the X series, which means a robot that is not adhering to Asimov's laws and must be destroyed because it's a danger to the people. Somewhere between the X and Zero series, they start to use that phrase against you to basically say, you are any Reploid we want dead, so we're going to deem you a maverick. Which is a great thing you can do when you're a dictator in power. It probably sounds a little familiar, too, because, yeah. Anyway, let's rescue Kolbor. Okay. That's going to take us back to the subway where we found the train the first time. Yeah, exactly. So this is a tough mission because it's a lot of pits. and a lot of enemies that are designed to shoot you out of the sky when you're trying to not fall in pits. This part is especially mean with it. This guy in particular is one of the biggest just gonna kill you guys in the game. Okay. With a little care, you can get through pretty quickly. So this is the first of the main antagonists, or at least the underlings of the main antagonist. So the enemy in the game is X. You know, the incorruptible goodest of good guys. He is the one that's in control of Neo Arcadia, the last vestige of humanity, and who is wrongfully labeling Replites as Mavericks in order to eliminate any that are not doing what he wants, basically. Also, because of the energy shortage that's going on, they're also retiring Mavericks just to cut down on energy consumption. Because, you know, population control is a good thing, right? So this boss, if you have the ice element, which I don't have, you can get this boss in a really nice AI loop. But at least for now, I don't have access to that, so we're gonna have to fight legit. Oh wait, no, you still do it. So every time you knock him down, he does this. So the ideal way to do the AI loop is you can knock him out of the end part of his combo if you have his weakness, and that puts him back into the start of this combo. Yeah, the specifics of Seal's role isn't really told much in this game, other than she's the one spearheading the resistance of the Reploids to be retired. But she has a very important role that'll become more important in later games. But for now, leading the resistance is all we really get. Anyway, we have rescued Kolbor, even though most of his unit was wiped out by Harpuya. Whenever we do these missions, you can actually find the people that you rescue if you manage to. but I don't have much reason to mess around in the base because I already have all the stuff, you know? But there's a whole lot of people to talk to and interesting stuff you can do, cyber elves to find that kind of stuff. But me, I'm just going to be going back between missions and feeding the elf. Actually, there's one thing I want to do before we go to anything else. So once you've freed the factory, you can go back there, and there's just a ton of crystals sitting all over the place. Oh, I can't take the trans server there because you have to go there in person once. But all of the areas in this game, other than the end game, are all one contiguous part of the overall world region. And you can go back to any of them once you've cleared missions that take you there the first time. So this is going to go to the subway, and then from the subway we can advance to the factory. First, I'm going to go out this way. Past here is just a black void, but between these two pits is where you can find a cyber elf normally, but for now there's just crystals because we already have it. Yeah, we've got a lot more to learn about X, about the Resistance, about Neo Arcadia, about the past that got us to this point, and about Zero, too. But like I said before, with this game, we're basically just setting the stage of the world and giving us basically a simple action plot to occupy that learning of the game world. Alright, so now we can teleport back to the factory anytime we need. So the open world state of the factory I don't think has any enemies, but there are a lot of just loose crystals on the ground. So, fun fact, to fully evolve all of the cyber elves that require crystals, you need something like 23,000 and change crystals. And, these large canisters give 32, the small ones give 4. Well, I don't blame him for not having the courage to go, considering this is the worst room in the game. At least these aren't active anymore, and there's no enemies that'll troll you by hitting you over the pit. So the problem with this section is it's hard to see where the platforms are when you're up here in the rafters. So the main trick you have to use is find platforms you can slide down and sit as low as possible and wait till you see one. That is the real trick you need to make this not quite the worst thing in the game. It's still pretty bad though. But for your troubles, you get a good 500 some crystals. And you get a little more familiar with how to operate the navigating the factory, which is pretty important. I'm not saying we're going to come back here at any point, but, you know, just in case. Yeah, we actually almost have Jackson leveled up given all of those, but the problem is that is one of the elves that's going to need 2 stages of feeding to fully satisfy, and we're not even near that yet. I'm going to see if I can get the desert point, because I think that's the last one I don't have. We sure can. Nice. It's not a terribly useful point because it's right here next to the base anyway, but, you know. They're not going to let us back in because it's kind of still heavily occupied space. Oh, there is one other thing I wanted to show. Before we continue the missions. So, do you want to know the most effective way to grind crystals in this game? Well, first is definitely get hit, but this is it. because it's 2 kills that can drop large crystals. And you can do it about as fast as you can do a fast saber charge. Yeah, it is probably one of the biggest shames of the game. The sheer amount of crystals you need if you want to feed all the elves. I would say... So my 100% took 7 hours. I would say at least 4, if not more, came just to grinding. Just doing that back and forth. For hours. Alright, let's find the hidden base. So this is a pretty interesting area we're going to, but it's also fairly difficult because it's got a lot of spikes. Not like an egregious amount. I would say one of the best things about this game is that it doesn't rely too much on spikes. That becomes less true later in the series, but for this game, this area is one of the only big, like, spike traps. And that was most of it. Just trying to be fancy and shoot down the pillar, but no, I'll just shoot it. Darn intended strats. Alright, so this place is literally a prison. As we go around, we're going to find a lot of these cells. 7 total to get by the time we get to the boss. You don't have to get them, but any you miss are like permanently dead, and also that counts for a part of your mission score. So you can go through here. That is where... that is useful later on. But also, you can jump up through this pipework here, and one of the better hidden cyber elves is sitting right up here. Actually, hold on 1 second, please. Alright. Yeah, I just needed a quick second there. So if you get caught by these, then you have to kill some enemies before these cells will open back up. It's not actually hard to avoid getting caught by them. You just kind of have to hang on the ladder above or below until they're behind you. But a part of the problem is just with the screen port. It is one of the few things that is kind of made more difficult by how constrained the resolution is. And of course, some cells just have enemies in them, but that was silly. I had a golden opportunity and I just waited until it was up to go in. That happens. Three left. Okay, just one more to go now. Heck. So I did pretty miserable on not getting detected, but it's alright. It's not like I'm gonna get a good score anyway, so... Alright. Let me just get my flame chip on. No particular reason, I just felt like it. Oh good, we found a blizzard enemy. Good thing I'm on fire. Hey. So this isn't actually dangerous at all, just it reduces your mobility if you get those snowflakes on you. So it just makes you vulnerable for other things. Yeah, kind of slow, kind of sloppy all around, but it's fine. So this is where Seal basically explains what she's trying to do. Because there's an energy crisis, and that's a lot of why Neo Arcadia is cracking down so hard, Seal is developing a substitute energy that will basically solve the crisis, and it's hoped that that means that that'll cause the war to stop without having to go through so much more blood and tears. Also, hello. How are you doing? So 3 more missions, and then we'll be at the end game stages. These are all revisits to places we've been, and they'll all have a major boss at the end. Well, that's good. Hopefully it's working well for you. Alright, so for this one, we just have a giant onslaught of enemies in the desert. Just gonna switch over to Thunder Chip for no particular reason. This is a Mario stage because you only advance one direction, the screen does not go back, and the enemies do not stop spawning. It's a pretty good mission if all you really want to do is mow down a lot of enemies. It's very therapeutic in that way. But we're almost through. Alright, here we have the second Guardian. It's Fefner. As long as you are using charge attacks with Thunder Chip, he is pretty easy to take out because he uses fairly predictable attacks after he recoils from being weakness hit. Alright, so what do we have next? I'm going to do a Protect Factory last, because that is the hardest mission in the game, easily. For now, let's stop the hacking. Okay, so we're going back to the hidden base under the desert. Alright, one of the other notorious hiding spots in the game is in the wall here. You can just hop over here and there's a cyber elf to collect. Anyway, here's the spike hall again. Well, if you insist on being too low for me to shoot. So, instead of being frozen, this place is now underwater. Which means, in order to get up to where the actual base enters, there's a lot more we have to do. Because now there are these. They will crush you, because they do definitely and deliberately come low enough to do so. Hey. Now I have air spinnies. So if you go down out here, which is past like the edge of the bounds of the level, there's an elf here too. Up there is one of the worst spots in the entire game, because you can get on there when the ship is at its highest pixel, and you have to do a dash jump out to the right and then back in and cling to the right side of that platform. And there's like a couple pixels of leeway for it to be remotely possible. It is really, really, really tight. Oh, forgot. That is where the end of the boat is. Pick up an easy one up. And now we're at the base. Now we can go over here to this room we saw before. And here's where the hacking servers are. Alright, and we're done, and we can leave, and nothing bad will happen. What do you mean, looming sense of dread? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh. So we're going to switch over to Flame Chip here. The touchscreen is used for some menus that only affect functions of this version. Like, if you go over to the control screen, there's additional controls. You can't see them because I don't have the bottom screen displayed, but there are additional controls for how to configure X and Y. They are basically alternatives to A and B, just with the roles swapped. So, most of the challenge of this boss is that it is in a room with spikes. This is Leviathan, the important one. Whoop. Heck. So there's kind of an AI loop with Leviathan too, but it's kind of really particular to pull off well. So when you hit her with a charge attack, it interrupts her like it does with the others, but some of the moves she can do after she recovers are not easy to actually punish properly. I don't remember either, and I just played them a couple weeks ago. So maybe not? Yeah, for all of the accessibility options that this version has with the easy scenario, the new collection has even more, because they have in-mission save points that are basically like save states, but you can only use them at specific locations. Anyway, time for the worst mission. The guards are secretly missing. And now we have a ninja. This is the last of the 4 guardians. So Phantom is easily the hardest boss in the game, aside from the final boss, just because he doesn't have a significant weakness, which means you can't get him in any kind of AI trouble. Fortunately, he didn't use his special attack, which makes the entire rest of the fight a lot harder. So the factory is now full of explosives because they don't want us to have the safety of backup energy. So not only are we going to have to do the worst room in the game again, we're going to have to do it with harder enemy molds, and also have to get up into the rafters to find some of the bombs. Also, these are active again. You have to make really sure you kill the bats before you make that jump, because you will die. One more, and hopefully I haven't accidentally passed any. Good. Alright. That's the worst mission dealt with. I stress out about knowing the factory really well, and I've put a lot of time into memorizing how to get through all of it with minimal threat of death. Okay, with all of the main missions done, we have one more emergency. Enemy forces infiltrated the base. They're doing a direct attack on us. So Seal is the one that designed Neo Arcadia itself, and also brought X back. Has effectively caused all of the strife she is now trying to fix. However, we are Zero. We were brought back. We weren't destroyed or anything, we were just sealed away. X, they're starting to say, is somehow different from that. So first thing, you have to get back down to the bottom. Yeah, that guy is having an issue. Okay, now the elevator is back functional, so we can get around, and the people stuck on the lower levels can evacuate. Yes, all of the humans are all holed up in Neo Arcadia. And they're basically... So, in the events of Mega Man X5, basically, the entire surface was practically destroyed. And this takes place after that, while the surface is still practically completely uninhabitable. The only reason there are any humans left is because of Neo Arcadia being a valid safe haven for them. Wait, you're fire, so electric should work on you. Heck. Cut it out, Goku. Yeah, there's actually a cyber elf where you have to kill 5 of the ads that he throws out like that, which means if you want that cyber elf, you actually have to sit there and stall in that boss fight until he does it. Only 3 spawn every time he does the attack, so you have to wait until he does it twice. So we're having trouble finding a safe way into Neo Arcadia. And then this mysterious elf shows up again, who just happens to have been spending its time cracking into their security to be able to get us in. Very conveniently timed, but... yeah, this game, this entire series does a lot of foreshadowing of the revelations of each game in its own, but it's actually really heavy-handed and, like, kind of self-spoiling to an extent, if you're actually paying attention to what they're saying. Because they're saying X is not really like X for some reason. And then this elf shows up and says, "Hey, I know you. Destroy that copy of me." And it's like, I wonder what's going on here. Anyway, this is another one of my favorite songs in the game. There are a lot of favorite songs in the game and the entire series, but this is definitely one of them. It is unfortunately, however, also one of the hardest levels in the game. Heck. Heck again. You get used to falling on platforming puzzles in this section, because that is kind of the gimmick. There are these trial rooms, and between them there are annoying climbing sections. So, according to some of the data in the enemy information, I think in 3, they reveal that all of the generic soldier enemies They are all degraded clones of X. And it's like, you can kind of see it in their, you know, color and shape and stuff, but really? Oh yeah, this part. Look familiar. Relax and focus. Whoop. Like I said, relax and focus. Heck. Okay, relax and focus. So, you can't jump on the side of these platforms. Just for perspective. No. I should have just gone for it. Alright, relax and focus. Heck. Okay, relax and focus. Heck. There we go. Alright, so you're weak to ice. And piece of cake. Quick charge on any boss with a weakness is really going to trivialize it once you know where is safe to stand between their attacks. That is something that's basically unique to this game, though. Because they kind of realized how well that trivialized bosses in the future. Alright, so that is Neo Arcadia Part 1 done. Somehow, despite all of that falling and stumbling on myself, I still got max points for time, which, questionable. Alright, actually, hold on. I'm gonna do a little feeding before I move on. So I should be able to at least get the... yeah, the first evolution done. Now I just need 3,000 more while I'm already at endgame. How about we not grind all of that? It's like I could. This is going to be a short night at the pace I'm pushing through the game, but sitting there dashing back and forth killing the same enemy repeatedly until I have 3,000 crystals is not a fun-sounding way to extend the stream. Yeah, I don't remember what exactly it was that said it, but I'm pretty sure it was one of the secret discs for enemies in 03. So, this is a hot contention for worst room in the game, but I don't think it is. It is also a very long room, so don't think you've seen everything by a long shot. Okay. I forgot about that. These platforms move in such a way that if you're not on the left side of the platform, one of them will catch you and get you on the wrong track. You know what? We have not used the shield boomerang all game, and this is a perfect room for it. So the biggest downside of the shield boomerang is, while you're holding it out like this, you cannot dash. And dashing happens to be a pretty important part of this game. So don't worry, this room is almost done. Which is to say, it is not done, but it will be soon. This part. It's not bad until you, like, start falling behind on the cycles of these platforms. If you start falling behind on the cycles of the platforms, it becomes absolute heck. So, welcome to obligatory thing that has to be here because it's a Mega Man game. Let's see. I think if there's anything you're weak to, it's electric, but I don't think anything is. I can't believe they just straight up put a boss from Dogger Eye in this game. I'm probably gonna die. Never mind. Calculated. That's about what I expected. I just took all the damage all the way up. And I took a long time doing it, because I kept falling. Ah well. So, what could possibly go wrong when you make a copy of something that went through, like, decades of rigor to make sure it couldn't go haywire? So the real reason why X is the villain of this game is, it's not X. It's something created with X's design and everything, but it was just kind of put out. It didn't have all of the work that went into making sure X was incorruptible. Therefore, Copy X is corruptible. And guess what happened? So, it's a Mega Man game, so get ready for boss refights, of course. So let's see. So the way the elements work in this game, fire beats ice, ice beats electric, and electric beats fire. I have no... I can never remember what she's weak to, so I'm just gonna not. And that's pretty likely. Fortunately, I don't stress it too much because this game, or that particular boss, is extremely cheesable. Granted, a lot of them are really cheesable, but that one in particular. Now we need ice. Now we need thunder. Cut it out, round boy. He do a spin and a roll and a swing. Dang, I was trying to get a fancy kill before that froze me, but it was not to be. So that's 4 bosses down. I was going to go the top route, but I fell, so we're down here now. It's alright, I think this is just basically the same, but more enemies and longer. So it's just a reward for not falling, basically. Alright, we need ice. Let's see if I can do the fancy AI stuff this time. Piece of cake. speaking of piece of cake, definitely time for not a piece of cake. Mostly because he doesn't have a weakness, so he can't be AI cheesed. Well, he does have one weakness. So, he's dead. Like, he is actually canonically dead, and not actually. I need to hold on for 1 second. Just got a cramp in my foot, so I just need a second to work that out. It's rather insistent. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, no. It was not as done as I thought it was. You ever have that happen with a cramp where you're like, you stand up to work it out and you think it's done, then the moment you sit back down it's like, nope, I'm not completely gone, then it all just snaps back. It's annoying. Anyway. So yeah, he has actually died. He will not be back in the sequels. He does not teleport away safely. He's gone. Well, I guess I should put an asterisk on that, but he is dead. That one was almost clean, but she is a lot harder to get the consistent interrupts on. Round 2 with him is also going to be fairly routine. Heck. That's his big, most vulnerable attack, but if you get too close, he will grab and throw you. I just realized that even though I had to use iframes to do it, I literally just did the dash through a bunch of enemies and then they all fall over dead behind you thing. Okay. What do I want for sub-weapon? I would say triple rod if it was built up, but it's not. I'll just go Buster, because it's helpful enough. Well, now they're all here together. But X is here. So he's like obviously very not okay because he's got red eyes. As he keeps talking, he's gonna have like a bunch of like, I've always interpreted it as like he's physically malfunctioning, but he also stutters a lot. I understand that can also mean other things. Usually in the original Japanese context of writing, but I've always just seen it as he's slightly outwardly malfunctioning when he stutters like that. You'll see. He's okay for now, but he gets less okay as we go along. He's going full on. He's definitely being X. Including changing color to change element. It doesn't make him weak to different elements, it just lets you know what attacks he's going to start using. Alright, final boss time. He gets all nice and angelic and mean. Dang it. The problem is, he has too much physical hitbox, so even if you're doing something safe like the huge reach of the saber charge, it's not actually that safe. Should be okay. Just need to keep it together. Gotcha. Rip. Yeet! It's like he can just teleport, but nah, he's just gonna outrun the explosion, I guess. So yes, the mysterious cyber elf is in fact the true consciousness of X. Yeah, I just did that earlier. It's cool, right? So yeah, the plot of the first game is all very much just set up for the world wherein the rest of the plot unfolds. Like, there's a lot of key parts of the continuity that aren't even revealed yet. Because they just wanted to focus on the relationship between Seal, the Resistance, and Neo Arcadia. So that you had all of that context you need to be able to, well, to be ready to digest the more important things that come up as we go along. So other than the point where they're painting the world for you, there's not actually a lot to the story of this game. Like, yeah, there's a very basic conflict of they're attacking the Resistance, we're defending them, okay, now we're going on the offensive. Like, the only real big reveal here is the whole part where X is just a copy, and that the reason he's been so iron-fisted is because of the fact that he's not the real spirit of X that's gone through all that the real X has, and all of that stuff. And yeah, I would definitely agree that X was extremely naive, but I'm not certain, because a lot of, like, X's worst moments were in the games after X5, and after X5 is where the timeline splits into 0 and then or X6 through 8. It's like, up through 5, X definitely had some dork moments, but he's still been pretty, like, forward and respectful and serious about his work, you know? At least it's not like X7 where he's like, I'm done fighting, I'm just gonna go be peaceful about it, as opposed to, like, where was I going? The ending of X1, where he's like, the only one who really knows when the fighting ends is X's gun. Effectively. It's in fluffier words than that, but that's what they say. Apparently, other than taking all the damage in the universe, that was a pretty good performance for the end. So yeah, I guess if we're talking about that X, then what Zero said makes sense, but I think in light of, like, the entire continuity of X and how he ends up being perceived, probably not so much, but yeah. And it's semantic to argue your point, because you're not wrong. Anyway, I am not going to save, because there is something else I want to do with this file before I formally end that loop. And that's going to be... well, you know what? I don't really have anything else planned for tonight, so... let's see. What I want to do is unlock another mode. And how do we unlock the final mode to be unlocked? Well, we have to use every cyber elf. So, prepare for some elf genocide. For what it's worth, the stream is effectively over, and I'm doing this, and I will probably... I'm not decided on whether I'm going to level up Jackson on stream or not, because that's a lot of just work, but... we'll just call this part bonus stream. So let's see. What have we done so far? We've gotten... we've doubled our health again with the heart tank fairies. We've gotten 4 sub-tanks. We got increased move speed, slower sliding down wall speed, faster climbing speed, and no knockback when you get hit. Then the ones we used before were half damage taken and double health bar. And what do we still have? So these 4 are active use things, they're not permanent upgrades. This one is, though. So what this one means when it says shield you in damage zone is all spikes are now covered over. We no longer have to worry about being killed by spikes ever. This one kills all normal enemies in an area. They just don't exist for the rest of the level. These ones are very interesting because they'll half a boss's health. It doesn't matter here because we're not in a boss fight, but I'm not using them here for the sake of using them or for the sake of their purpose. I just need to have them all consumed. We're going to use the healing elves now that we have these sub-tanks to fill up. I really like the sound of a sub-tank filling. Not that you get to hear that if you're not using cyber elves in this game, but I think it's a really cool sound. So these ones that go down the sides give you 8 health. So let's just appreciate all of the elves and the neat things they can do for you as they all, well, die. Okay, that's all of the 8 health elves. Now for these ones, these will fully heal you, or if you're already full, they will completely fill the next sub-tank. And the last category of nurse elves, they give you a buff that lets you absorb bullets and instead be healed by them. Which is a very cool effect, but it's a temporary thing, and at least in this game there's not actually a lot of segments where it's actually that helpful. which gets us into the animal category. The birds are very, very helpful. They'll help you get out of any pit if you fall in, which is great for the worst room in the game. Actually, if you do it in the right spot, you can deliberately fall in the pit at the very beginning of that room, and it'll carry you all the way up to the exit of the room up above. The speedrun does that. Okay. I'm capped out on active buff elves, so we'll have to do something to get rid of them. Okay, they expired. Okay, capped out on those two. I'll probably have to save and reload to wipe these. Actually, I should go back to the Neo Arcadia point to do that. So I don't have to elevator or anything. Okay. So one of the things that the collection lets you do is, while you're paused, there's also a menu that lets you access like being able to reset the game or go back to the collection menu. I was just explaining, because you could hear me doing the menuing, but you couldn't actually see it, because... Okay, the sticky ones should be free to use, because they just stun enemies. Never mind. It's mostly the animals that are difficult like this. Right. Saved, no, restart. And there's the bomb enemies that explode on enemies. I'm not sure if that's just like instant damage and I don't have to worry about them being a buff thing I have to reload for, or... yeah. So the way those work is they have to get hit by bullets. In order to fill up and then explode. I don't know if they actually do a good job of intercepting bullets, though. It looks like they're just a general bullet shield rather than actually going out to intercept them, but so these are a little slow to burn through, but I think the hackers are generally going to be quicker to utilize. Yeah, the last type of animal are bees, and they just they shoot. They shoot a lot, and they hurt. They're really, really good. The big thing, they don't ever incur long iframes on bosses, and they can just go in safely. And they shoot enough that they will just rip bosses up. Okay, animals are all done. Now we have 4 types of hackers. First we have stunners. Okay, maybe these are gonna be ones I have to reload for too. That's alright. Hello. You caught me at the most horrifying time possible, because I am trying to... I am doing the last steps you need to do to unlock Ultimate Mode, which means you have to use every single Cyber Elf. So, welcome to Elf Genocide. Fortunately, I did all of the grinding for crystals off stream before I ever decided I would do this, so at least I don't have that to worry about. Except for Jackson, the bonus elf, because I only did one loop, and Jackson is what you get for New Game Plus. Yeah, when I played, I started the run with every elf already collected and all of the permanent upgrade ones fed and ready to be used, but the only ones I used were double health and double defense. Yeah, the clock ones, whenever you're on a timed section, it'll slow down the rate of the timer ticking down, which can be helpful. I think it might also pause your mission timer, so if you want to get a better time while also simultaneously costing yourself points for using an elf, I guess you can do that. Now, these next ones I'm probably going to have to save and load through because, well, maybe not. No, we're good. These ones make enemies drop items more often. I figured they would be the buff type ones that stick around, but it doesn't look like it, thankfully. Actually, this might kill all enemies on screen and turn them into healing. Maybe that's what they do. I don't know. I've never actually used these consumable ones, like, ever. All I know is that the speedrun abuses the ones that takes you out of pits in one of the longest rooms to get through. I know the first time I played it, I used all of the permanent upgrades, but that was it. And I never did extra loops, so I didn't even know... Actually, I didn't even get all of the elves, so I couldn't have gotten Jackson. So you remember how there's a cyber elf like just to the left of where you start? I had an interesting relationship with that one in particular because if you don't collect that when you do the mission where you go and fight the elephant and then the ceiling starts coming down, you'll see that elf on top of the first piece of ceiling that comes down. So I thought you had to find a way to get on top of that without getting crushed to get the elf. But yeah, honestly, I already beat the game, and right now I'm just doing this to fulfill the requirements for Ultimate Mode. I was gonna just do them on my own time, but I mean, I've only been live for a couple hours and I beat the game, so I might as well just, you know. So the only one left is Jackson, but the problem with Jackson is Jackson needs 3,000 more crystals. Yeah, so we're gonna have to buckle up for that spot I showed earlier, because we're gonna be actually doing it. It's, as far as I'm aware, the fastest way to cycle enemies on screen and get kills that can also drop good crystals. Oh yeah, when this last effect wears off and they're not all Mets frozen in time anymore. Actually, I might have to reload. Oh, at least the timer is wearing off. Actually, did these? No. I was beginning to wonder if those always dropped, but... No, they just seem to have pretty good rates. So I have to wait for this effect to wear off to... I'm actually pretty proud of the grind spot I have, but it's currently full of Mets and not the enemies I need it to be full of, so... I'm not sure if this is going to expire, so I might have to go back and save and load after all. As amusing as this is, it's not actually as efficient. Alright, let's back to base and save and load so that stops being a thing. Well, it's really amusing. Right, Seal's not here. Yeah, while really amusing, I need my normal grind spot back. Okay, let's try this again. Hopefully that's not a permanent effect. I don't think it could be, but it might be a thing that only lasts until the next time you clear a mission. Nope, we're good. So, welcome to the next, I don't know, few minutes, at least. Hold on 1 minute. I have to take care of something here. Okay, false alarm. I was worried I had started a nosebleed or something, but nope. Just a little itchy. So, one of the things that I really like about this series, as a whole unit, is so in this game, the villain is, you know, the copy of X and all of that, but copy X is not the villain of the series, and in fact, we will not meet the villain of the series until the third game. As opposed to, you know, like Mega Man or Mega Man X, where it's the same thing every single game and everybody's surprised that it all happened again. Which is kind of part of what I was saying earlier about how the game is like a singular, continual narrative, where like each game is one act of a single play instead of like 4 different complete units. They're still completely self-contained with their own like conflict and conclusion, but they're all part of a single continuity rather than just like, okay, the same war is still going on, the bad guy is back again, and we have to do the entire thing again. But with a twist. which is fine if you have like a longer continual series that you don't like have a this is a story arc that's going to end at some point going on. It's fine to have like a single recurring villain and all that, but it's just this is going for something different than what you typically expect from a series mold. And it's like when Inti wanted to make another Mega Man game after they concluded the Zero story, they had to start a new story. They didn't just, you know, tack on, oh, it's okay, there's still more going on. No, they have a time jump to another entire time period where something totally different is happening in the same, like, general universe. It's like, it's interesting that ZX is very directly linked to the continuity of the Zero series, even though it functionally has basically nothing to do with it. Because, like, none of the things going on in the Zero series are going on in that game, or anything like that. It's just, it's very clear that this is still the same world that was. Alright, so 1,000 out of 3,000. If Jackson has, like, a third tier of growth you have to crystal for, I'm done. So, how's everybody doing tonight? We're kind of just waiting in this for a bit more, but... Oh, nice. I have some kind of weird obsession with making lists for things and like making spreadsheets that are way more over-engineered than they're actual necessary. But you wouldn't believe how many total iterations the list I made for the stream project I did in 2018? Or was it 19? No, that was 19. Last year. I must have gone back in and like made that spreadsheet more spiffy like 10 times. Alright, we're halfway done. So, like, the good part about doing this, and specifically the way it works, is you get a really good muscle memory for how long it takes for fast charge to be ready. Because that is a skill that is consistently helpful through the series. And even though the dashing back and forth is very repetitive and really wears on your forearm, it actually does help for, like, making that kind of movement less strenuous in the future. And it doesn't really strike me the way that a movement that might cause an RSI would, just because of it's almost 100% forearm muscles and not actually moving your finger joints. There are two joints that move over the course of doing this motion. And they don't move in a way that's particularly strenuous. For what it's worth, for a little perspective, how long we've been going, we're going for 3,000 crystals. The total amount you need to feed every upgradable elf is 23,000 and change. So you would need to do as much as I'm going to be doing here, like 8 times over. And we're not even 2/3 of the way done yet. Close to. I should have taken a timestamp for when I started this. For what it's worth, once I'm done with all this, I am going to clear the game again so I can have this as a clear save, so that I can actually use the ultimate mode in the future if I want to. So one thing about these games is they taught me that having a dash on L is way better than having a dash on anything else. Like, they only did it because they had limited buttons to work with, but it works so well. Like, circle to dash is so foreign to me anymore that... Or, I guess I should say A to dash. Is so foreign to me now that I always have to reconfigure the buttons whenever I play one of the X games. Because having dash over there is just ridiculously cumbersome by comparison. So it's like, how are you gonna hold Y to charge, use B to jump, and also use A to dash during and before those jumps? I can't even fathom what kind of thumb you need for that to work. I am really excited for some of the other games, though, in the coming days when I play those, because, like, in 0.3, if you have all of the stuff that they let you access, you are so much more powerful than base power. Even if you only use 2 satellite elves and never use fusion elves, you just feel so strong with the other capabilities you have in that game. It's incredible. It's easily the most powerful you end up feeling in the series, but even though 4 doesn't follow that up with making you feel even more powerful for a sense of progression, I think it's totally fine, because, like, it matches the tone and mood of the games that they're in. Like, the way 0.3's climax happens, it feels like you should be at the absolute pinnacle of power for this. Whereas in 4, you kind of feel more like things should be more desperate. And that even though you have less, you still have to do more. That kind of feeling. Yeah, like, if you can stand how hard these games can be, I think 2 is definitely the hump of difficulty. But if you can get into, like, the zone of where they want you to be for everything, it's a really great series, I think. Yeah, I think the worst thing about 2 is that you still have to grind up cyber elves, but also you have to maintain an A rank if you want the EX skills. And the EX skills can improve your quality of life massively. and you also have the forms you need to unlock, which is more stuff you have to do in missions, on top of keeping an A rank, and all this other stuff, and it's definitely the most strenuous on the player if you want to unlock everything in one run. But for that reason, I feel like 2 is best played in 2 or 3 loops. Where the first one, you want to not use anything and just focus on learning the levels, and getting good at it, and getting the A ranks, so that you get the EX skills. And then in the future, do a run where, you know, you use all the elves to power up and stuff like that. But that is kind of at odds with the way it kind of should be, because you should be empowered to use the strength that the game enables you to access on the first time when you're less familiar, and it's harder just because of that familiarity, you know? Alright, we were close. So, like, the first time you should be allowed to get a lot of power and have an easy time, and then have it be more difficult and constrained in the future, but that just kind of wasn't what they did with these, and I definitely feel like it's a miss, but... Two is definitely my least favorite of the series because it's just generally so difficult to meet all of the expectations they put on you. But the EX skills are definitely never necessary. So if you never end up going for them, it's still perfectly fine. You're not, like, missing anything too significant. The main thing you're missing is, like, fancier attacks. Like, if you hold up and press saber, you'll do, like, a uppercut thing. If you dash and saber, you'll do a special thrusting move, stuff like that. Generally speaking, it's my recommendation with 2 that you just not worry about the EX skills, because it's much more of a difficulty seeker thing than it is like a important seeking of strength, if that makes any sense. Alright, Jackson. Look at that. That I have no idea what the greater part of your face is supposed to actually be. Excellent boy. So, what they mean is, well, I guess I'll show you. So it says, temporary invincibility. I don't remember what you're supposed to do to make it work, but I'm not sure I know it all. Yeah. Jackson, I just finished getting him all nice and ready to use. You know, I'm gonna look up how to use him, because I actually have no idea how to actually make his effect do the thing. "5 seconds? Oh, okay. I guess so. It's a very Sting Chameleon invincibility. That is much longer than could ever be, like, useful in most situations. Like, if you know you're going to charge into something that's dangerous, you can do it, but that does not honestly feel like a very good reward for New Game Plus with 100% completion. But anyway, that was an hour and a half of me consuming all of the elves and feeding Jackson. So let's cleanse this with I'll clear the game again to get the clear credit I need to finish the unlock. It's not on hard, but I still need to have this done before I can do it, and I still need to loop the file. So I'm gonna do a weenie run where I just fail all the missions and then beat the game afterward. Miss the first hit, that's alright, because it's over. Yeah, that sounds unhappy. Ice. It is. Unfortunately, I didn't actually end up needing to use the saber enough to even unlock that. So I'm still on 6. Alright, who do we have next? Alright, Thunder time. Mean. Hey. That's not what I was expecting. Yeah, around the time that SGDQ was starting, I did a clear of all of the games that was as complete as this file started when I started today, which is all of the elves and collectibles collected and fed if necessary, but not used. So when I played today, I only used the extra defense and double health. And that alone made the game really trivial. Well, I guess not trivial, but... that last attack of his retaliation is harder to react to than you might think, or to get over safely. Because the hitbox is a bit higher than it seems like it should be. My react jump was too slow. I've done that, actually. The first time I played the game, I had no idea that was gonna happen, and I just ate it. Dang, I was too close. I didn't keep the AI cycle going. I was a little sad, because I just used 2 permanent upgrades. I had a permanent, like, upper limit of only 70 points per mission. So, like, the best I could possibly get was a C. Because I used 2 things. I thought it was going up. Well, I had this in control for a moment, and then one misread and everything started falling apart. I kind of went fairly all in on those clears earlier, because I made sure it was a fresh file. I made sure I got A on everything, and I got as many completion things as I possibly could. Oh, right. I'm not doing much with the fire going on. Heck yeah. Whoop, nope. No, you don't. I'm privy to your tricks. Honestly, I think the, like, harder boss attacks and cool finishers and stuff, I think those are just locked to keeping A rank and not hard mode, because I was getting them on my first clears. That was a really sloppy fight, but I've never been very consistent at this one. The problem is his actual contact hitbox is a lot bigger than it feels like it should be, so it's hard to actually get in with the charges. It's like the body is big and the vulnerable point is small. So it feels like X3 Sigma, which was the worst boss I ever fought in my life. It's like, hi, there are 2 pixels you can hit. And it's not even like what seems visually obvious to go for. I just really don't like that fight. Oh, thank you. It's like, okay, you programmed you drew 2 frames of the same sprite, and he just goes very slowly back and forth, blanketing the entire room with his body and like homing crap. And the entire challenge is trying to hit the, you know, extremely perfect spot to land actual damage. And everything else just plinks. And it's like, why? Why all of this? Yeah, anyway, that was an hour and a half of overtime burning elves and farming crystals, but I guess we technically beat the game twice today. Tomorrow I'm going to dive right into 0-2. It's going to be the same story. I have all of the stuff you can get, but none of the cyber elves are consumed. I'm gonna try to just not use any, because you still get plenty in the forms and EX skills and stuff. And you get 2 free sub-tanks, so that's nice too. So I'm going to try to do that just with all of the stuff unlocked, but none of the elves used. Well, I say everything, but obviously not the thing you get for using all the cyber elves. But everything else that you can use in-game is available. It was a fairly interesting routing puzzle, figuring out how to satisfy the requirements of the different form unlocks while also maintaining an A grade. And yeah, I'm definitely not playing at A rank tier, even without the penalties of the elf penalties, but that's fine. I'm not doing these to prove I'm pro or anything. I really like these games and I've been wanting to play through them for a long time. Anyway, enjoy my negative 30. And the incredible amount of damage I took because I just wasn't even worried about being careless or not. And there's ultimate mode. So cool stuff with ultimate mode. You have all of the powers of all of the used cyber elves, and you don't have any penalty, and you start with all of your weapons at max level. It is literally what happens when you use easy scenario, but you have to do all this stuff to unlock the privilege without that. Personally, I highly recommend everybody just have their first experience with the game be the easy scenario. It'll probably feel unsatisfyingly easy, but if you want to follow it up with a not easy scenario playthrough, I highly recommend starting with an easy scenario trip and then going through and doing a normal play. But anyway, that's going to be it for me for tonight. This was a lot of fun. This is one of those things where I always feel a certain level of trepidation about going into because it's so, like, daunting in a word. But it's really rewarding when you actually do it and end up nailing it. Yeah, we'll be hopping right into 2 tomorrow. And then 3 and 4 on the weekend. And in the meantime, I've been doing a thing where... Actually, I just started it today. I'm doing one of those channel point challenge things. It's not for very much, but basically, if it gets met... within the next month, I'll play through all of the East games that were after they stopped doing the bump combat thing that I have access to, which is like 6 games. The only reason I'm doing the challenge thing was I wasn't really sure if anybody or if people were interested in seeing that kind of thing, but hey, if people are willing to put some channel points into it, I'll gladly do it. But anyway, yeah, like I said, I'll be back for 02 tomorrow. Oh dear. I have hit it, haven't I? I set a pretty low bar, but it was really just a push the interest check button, and I guess it was pushed. Now I just need to put up a 1,000,000.1 for the bump games that'll expire once that's over. So yeah, I guess in light of that, once the week is over and I'm done getting through the 0 games, I'll hop on into East 6 will be the first one. I'm playing the PC version of all of the ones that I am going to be doing here, just because when the Steam sale came along, they were all on sale, and like most of them were totaling less than the cost of any one of them without the sale. So I'm like, why not, you know? But anyway, yeah, that's a lot to look forward to. And I'll be back tomorrow with 02. Anyway, as always, I want to thank everybody for coming out. It's always nice to have that company. And it's actually really nice to put up a challenge like that and just have it crushed, because, I don't know, that feels a little fuzzy, in a sense. But yeah, I hope to see you again next time. Have a nice evening, and take care.